give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Okay, so let me just be really clear. They want to overthrow America. I know sometimes people start with the premise, they go, well, don't they realize that they would be tortured and killed with zero mercy in a cruel manner from Hamas, because they're gender queer.
They're on a break.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They want to destroy the United States of America, just like Black Lives Matter did. And by the way, these people have nothing in common with the average Black American. If you want proof, go to the Black Lives Matter Instagram page or Facebook page and just watch the initial comments that come in from Black Americans when they post LGBTQ intersectionality Afro lesbian day. All the responses are basically the fuck? Like people going, I was supporting you. I was supporting you at first when it was about like police, because I was on, but now you're talking about like lesbians and I don't know, gender queer, like that. I thought it was Black Lives Matter. You'll see comments to that effect nonstop. So these are radical Marxists who want to destroy America. They say the quiet part out loud. You can continue to send your tips in lwctips@protonmail.com. We have boots on the ground at a lot of these encampments, and we'll go to jail to protect our sources. And we mean that, because the problem right now is people will post things on Twitter. They don't get credit. X. They don't get credit. Yeah. They get outed. It becomes dangerous. We want to make sure that you have the protection and the infrastructure that's needed to do good work out there, because some people really are. So this happened yesterday. The Freedom Road Socialist Organization, FRCO for short, I guess. And I know what you're thinking. Freedom Road Socialist Organization, what does that have to do with Palestine or Hamas? Good question. They're all one and the same. Go follow this page, follow their social media, follow Students for Justice for Palestine, follow Black Lives Matter, follow the Fat Pride pages. Guess what? They all post the same stuff. And I mean the same images, the same branded images, to be clear. They actually hosted or held, I guess, a struggle session. Mao would be proud. At Georgetown, I believe this was yesterday. So here's them saying the quiet part out loud about hating America.
I was 23 in my second job after college, and one of my coworkers and I are at the same level. We've been friends for 3 months. She's been very nice. She is a Black woman. We are the same age. I said, friend, let's share our salaries. I was making $10,000 more than her. I am a white woman. Shame. Yeah, it was horrible. And then we figured out how to advocate for her so that she could make sure that she was making more money and it was equitable.
Imperialism has laid its body over the world, the head in Eastern Asia, the heart in the Middle East, its arteries reaching Africa and Latin America. Wherever you strike, you damage it, and you serve the world revolution. So basically saying that like we are all fighting the same battle, whatever it may look like, wherever we might come from, we're all fighting the same battle, and it's important to understand where our fellow comrades are coming from. One thing I want to highlight is this period that we're in right now very much parallels the anti-war protests during the Vietnam War. And we saw where that led to, and it led to the victory of the people and the end of the war in Vietnam, the imperialist war against the Vietnamese people, and they won the war in the end, even though they were armed and they didn't have the same technological levels, but what they had was the power of the people.
In general, unions, student organizing, what does the future of your movement look like? What do you think is the best way to grow your movement or the movement as a whole?
Get cops out of the labor movement. They are not workers.
I think most people got introduced to Palestine because of the genocide that's ongoing right now in the Gaza Strip that has spent the lives of more than 40,000 people. And that has been American-run genocide, as much as they say America. It is not that America is separated from it. It is not a separate entity that is doing this. It is America that is doing this. At the end of the day, they're the ones paying for that. They're the ones that are arming them. They're the ones that give them their orders. The state of Israel, Zionist entity, is a part of America. They're a part of the tools of the American system. Just like they try to say that cops are members of the working class, they try to say that Israel is its own entity, it's its own state. No, it is a military base. It is a part of the American imperialist system, and it is a tool of the capitalist. Just like the cops are the tools of the capitalist, the state of Israel is a tool of the capitalist. It's not about rights. It's not about anything. It's about protecting American interests in the region.
Okay, a couple things. First off, I don't know if you know this, police officers, but you are not workers.
Kick them out.
Yeah.
What kind of weird vacationing you're doing every day, but
You couldn't last a day in the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. And here's a question that's very important: is if it's just an American military base, Israel, that's all it is. Okay, so what do you do with it? Where do you send the Jews? To be clear, we already know from the river to the sea, but now this is yet more proof. They don't believe that Israel has a right to exist. It's just a military base. What have they said? There should be no American military bases. There needs to be no Israel. That is their end game. I fully understand if you have a problem with Netanyahu, if you have a problem with the IDF, if you don't think that Israel is not without blood on their hands at all, to be clear. I still think that it's the only place where there's anything even resembling rights in the region. I believe that they absolutely have the right to defend themselves and have the right to exist. But it comes down to this. Do they have the right to exist? How many ways do these people need to tell you that the Jews in Israel have no right to exist or be there, period? And I don't know, for people who are such humanitarians, has anyone heard a solution from these people as to how they're going to help the Jews, where they're going to send them? They want water, they want food, they want hot lunches for themselves on campus. Okay, are you going to pay for the plane tickets? Are you going to pay for the homes if you're going to displace all the Jews? You've just said it's not a real state, it's just a military base. What do you do with them? Because you also want to do away with the United States military. Now, let me give you the who with these people. It's the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. All references are available at louderbetter.com. It's a Marxist, Leninist, communist group, party, organization. They believe that capitalism is responsible for all the ills of the world.
Oh, geez.
They actually support, just to be clear, go read their own content, splitting up the United States into micronations, meaning separate nations for blacks, Latinos, Hawaiians, and Puerto Ricans. So, you mean kind of like this?
Daisy City, what up? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I know, Doc. We're just trying it out, man. Good to see you, brother. Got all except for the check engine light now, Doc. And that's just because of the codes that it threw yesterday. So.
We are the people. Some lost their lives when armored personnel carriers and troop trucks simply ran over them. Others were gunned down as they tried to resist the savage show of force.
So wait, Tiananmen Square, they talked about defeating the counter-revolution. So they're pro-tank? They're pro-tank in that equation.
Yeah, it would appear that way.
They're supporting the tanks that ran over.
They don't know what they're doing.
Okay. I just want to be very clear. These people support the communist government running over protesters with tanks as they protest and demand Jimmy John's.
Because they're not capitalists.
Hey, Jimmy John's ain't hot sandwiches, buddy.
That's true. Sorry.
You're thinking of Firehouse Subs or Quiznos.
Or Jersey Mike's. That's it. The revolutionaries will accept Jersey Mike's or higher.
Gluten-free bread.
Otherwise, you run
No
over
Jewish
the
rye.
There's literally no way you could do it. We need hot lunches. Okay, fine. We brought you some Jersey Mike's. No, we can't. There's gluten. Son of a. Okay, vegan. It's hard. You have to find vegan, gluten-free food that is hot and not packaged. It's impossible.
Yeah, good luck growing up old and lonely.
Maybe that's maybe that's the big trick, right? It's like their last meal, and they demand the world's rarest truffle to buy themselves time. Yeah, hold on, really
smart,
quickly.
actually.
Noodles, what is it?
Research sent in said they're literally called tankies. It's
What?
pejorative label generally applied to authoritarian communists.
Wow,
Really?
Oh.
They're the tankies, but
Yeah.
they do realize they're students, and the students are the ones that got killed. That's right.
they don't care. They only care.
They want to get killed.
Yes,
They're
communism.
driving the tanks.
Yes, they are the ones driving the tanks.
themselves.
Yeah,
I don't
Sure.
understand.
they're driving the tanks. And by the way, it escalated again. Thank you so much to the Mug Club Undercover Units. There was, I guess, the ringleader got up to speak, who apparently is an attorney. I can't imagine being
Before you
represented by this
hear
person.
the person claim to be an attorney, guess which one of those people is the most likely to be an attorney and which one is the least likely, based on how they talk.
Yes. And in case you were wondering as to what their end game is, here's their supposed ringleader taking the microphone.
The same tactics that our police forces use on us here, the kettling, the noise violence, the tear gassing, the rubber bullets, the batons, the intimidation tactics, all of these things. These are the exact same things that the IOF is doing to Palestinians, and it has been doing to Palestinians, for the last odd years. Like, the goal of the capitalists is profit.
Pause.
Does that mean
odd years?
How many odd?
She's a lawyer.
as opposed to the even years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue.
Essentially. And so because that is their goal, they are going to oppress in similar ways, because that's all they know. It's actually really ironic that you'll always see some liberal talking about outside agitators when it comes to these encampments, or it comes to people at all raising their voices together against imperialism. But the Zionist entity, it's not an outside agitator, but it's these. I'm trying to keep from cussing, but there is nothing that the Zionists do that the U.S. is not approving every step of the way. So all that bullshit that Biden be talking about, Netanyahu and the Zionists being unhinged. Yes, they're unhinged, but they're unhinged because you let them be unhinged. If the U.S. government did not let the Zionists be unhinged like that, they want to be unhinged because they know where their lifeblood is, and that's our tax dollars. And without our tax dollars, they can't blow up Palestinians. It's as simple as that. Our struggles are not isolated. Our struggles are international. That's why Black people will always stand with Palestine. We will always 10 toes down for Palestine. And it's 10 toes down for any oppressed people, any oppressed nation in the world. It's 10 toes down. We 10 toes down for the Philippines too. Our enemy is always trying to
pause. In case you were just wondering as to whether this is word salad or not, just toss the Philippines in there too.
10 toes down for any oppressed people, including Asian people.
Yes.
That are getting beat up in San Francisco by I don't know who.
Also, she misuses irony, but I don't know if you know this. Ironically, the average number of toes for Palestinians is 7. Continue.
Us. They are always trying to label every single thing about us because they know these are division points. These are ways that we can get workers to turn on other workers so that they're busy fighting each other and they're not fighting us.
Pause. This is how you know the whole unity. Whenever someone says unity, come together, they're lying to you. These people just said that police are not workers. They're trying to get us to turn against each other. Do you mean the police, who you call when you need, by the way, at these encampments.
Yeah.
You just said they're not workers. They're trying to get us to turn against other workers. Okay, you talk about unions. The police, do they have a union? By the way, I'm not a big fan of the giant police unions, to be clear.
Right.
They're the ones who are sowing division. They accuse you of doing exactly what it is that they are doing. They accuse you of violence. I want you to go back through this, and we'll make all of the raw clips available on my X and, of course, on Mug Club. Show me one solution that they have here that does not require a show of force and violence. Continue.
You know, so I just think that's always important to remember. And it's always important to remember that we have to be unified in our action. We can all think different things, but our action, we have to be that tip of the spear. In my day job, I
just heard the lawyer talk, or the judge talk. So, while we're waiting, I am deleting emails. Get a VA appointment tomorrow. Happened. We need audio. Flip all the way. We need audio. Come on, law and crime. You guys suck. Yeah, I do. Just annual. Where they're going to try and push all the jabbies on me. Here we go. Haircut today,
Sure.
5:10. So we'll end the stream around 4:30.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Firefighter from Flamati, I want to draw your attention to the top video, and I may pause it and ask you a couple of questions. This way. Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame, rather, from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that area.
Why don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact?
Approximately. I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be my guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play. person enter from screen left into the frame?
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there. Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause. See a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen.
If you're telling me that's a person, sure, yes.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Pause it. Okay. Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion
Okay.
that would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? There's 6:13.
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who was responsible for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case,
Yes.
I know everybody's trained. Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them. Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
It could be, I'm not sure.
Let's go and play. Okay, stop it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes.
Does that appear to be my client? Can you tell?
I can tell.
Go ahead and play. Pause it. You see individuals entering from screen right.
Yes.
What does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Pause it. The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person?
No.
Pause it. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. And I'll pause it. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead. Pause. Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
Yes.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video, did you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you say that was probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Jesus. What? I don't understand. What question are they trying to not allow him to ask?
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Take a look at the person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket, but and build, I would guess it was either firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
My best estimation would be firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the Pause. Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as firefighter McLaughlin?
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
My guess would be, I'm sorry, guess,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
Go ahead and play. Okay. Awesome. At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
What did you
but this
do
judge is biased
left the frame?
toward
Where
the
did you go?
state, so
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as
I
you
wouldn't say she's conflicted, but she's definitely biased.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay.
And she already knows that the state's case is damaged by the
I'd
opening
like to draw your
statements and
attention to the lower
the cross-exam of the first
video,
cop.
and we're just going to let that play for a couple of minutes and see
They
if you
ripped him
recognize
apart.
anything. I'll ask you to pause it in just a second.
Because he's changed his story 3 times. We heard on scene.
I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. You see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
But that's who that is.
No.
Go ahead. Awesome. Looking at the lower video, do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
Doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, this was, let me just ask it a different way. This was running continuously.
Yeah.
No pauses. You've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance. Would you have gotten in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer,
I don't know.
next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
Where would Mr. O'Keefe have been?
Been in the ambulance? Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to the phone.
The paramedic's kind of sounding like an idiot.
Stop.
He's already said some stupid stuff.
Taking a look at
as far as a
both
senior
screens,
paramedic.
You see the group of people, including the individual
Listen to the
yellow
judge's
jacket on the
side.
bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin?
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Looking at the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? That appeared to be my client.
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And she was, Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what she's doing right there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point,
What about that question is objectionable?
where do you believe you were now?
I don't remember.
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
I don't remember.
You testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flamati, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
Okay. When did what equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment.
Warning 357.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for some equipment?
Not what I said. So chest
That's a
compressions
question.
were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider. I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving, a vital life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes.
That had to have been your focus, correct?
That was at the time. Yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes.
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
But he vividly remembers her
So you
saying,
wanted to
I
put him
hit
in the
him.
ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination, you believe that there might be some viability left.
Yes.
So CPR
He's
and
an idiot for
life-saving measures
thinking.
were absolutely vital at that point.
Yes.
You didn't go find equipment, you got in
In
the
real
ambulance,
world.
didn't you?
I mean,
Yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Butnik on February 8th.
See if I can find
That my
one on
client
the site, too.
said, I hit him. Correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was at 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, firefighter Flamani, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video. No.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance probably 30 or 40 feet away with the doors closed.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Good. If we're done with the videos, can we take it down, please?
Of course. Yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Your Honor. You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oak.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
So documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody?
In the court setting, no.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out that you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What's the objection?
You wrote a report as well. correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative.
Yes.
About your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at page 3 of 5 of your report.
Yes.
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, "I hit him"?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report, where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, "I hit him"?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
It doesn't say that.
You indicated on direct examination that you were, quote unquote, looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of
I have
information
indoctrinated.
to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Thanks. It would have been important, yes.
Thanks.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed? And you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
I have a moment, Your Honor?
Big time shenanigans.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
This DA is kind of a moron.
So Firefighter Fulmani, you have
Nice
been
interview,
asked
though.
some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended. And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she hit him, or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male.
If one more
in
person
the
says
correct?
shenanigans,
You know that going, correct? And
I'm gonna
where
pistol whip
you
him.
sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time? Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos?
No.
So you have no idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
and whether the videos are synchronous. You have no idea about that either, correct? The conversation in which you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," a conversation that
Super Troopers.
had in which the defendant told her, "I hit
What you eating on?
Those are two separate conversations, correct? Correct. Happened at two different times, two different locations, and you weren't even present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
What you did when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said to you, "I hit him," repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicles sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, "I hit him," the red flag of him being underdressed and not. People don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right, you.
May I, Your Honor?
A couple of questions.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video. It was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through, up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's objectionable? What is the objection?
You indicated that when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation did you ever suggest that you hit him with your car.
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any
It's a legitimate
forum,
question. I don't understand what these objections
You're
are being
telling the
sustained for.
jury
He's not giving why
that
he's
you then
objecting.
thought,
But
based
she's
on that
sustaining.
conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
Yep. So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital, the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set? All right, you are all set, firefighter Flamati, or paramedic Flamati. Thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
He's part of the cover-up, I believe.
You know, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think it's right there. Just like step forward.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Morning. So you consider stand however you're comfortable. Just bring. Perfect. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Why would anybody want to stand at the stand?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a
paramedics
paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Actually 4.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, first ambulance service for approximately 5 months.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before working as a paramedic?
Correct.
There goes the only
And
one
so
survived.
prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regard to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course, and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for a paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion.
It's looking
And
Kilted.
then
What
I
more than
did
likely has
a,
happened is that
I believe it was 200 hours clinical
he got into
in
a
the
fight
hospitals.
with other
And then I did
cops
300
inside the
hours
house.
ride time. And then I had to do a practical and
And
written
was drug
exam
out
for the
there.
course and also
Left.
for the state.
Out in the cold.
And
Because
now with
the
Canton
wife
Fire,
of one of
I'm
the cops
getting
whose
preceptor
house it
designation.
happened at searched how long
And when you use that term as far as
do you have to be in the
what
cold before you
exactly does
die?
that term mean within your
It just means that you get
2
trained
o'clock in the
by
morning.
an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they
And then deleted that search.
say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a
His injuries aren't
paramedic,
consistent with being hit by a car. They're consistent
certification in regard
with
to
being
working within that
with
field.
having his ass beat.
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and paramedic, to receive some sort of certification, either from the state or some other body in regard to
Hey, Anna.
Yes.
you have certification in regard to both.
Yes.
And is that certification up to date?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Recall what kind of shift you were working on?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And
I used to hate those.
which station house were you assigned to on that?
Station 1,
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Fulmati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around fire?
Yeah, I was the only paramedic.
So we woke up a little bit early to
the paid on call
shovel up
local
the
department. I worked at.
apron, shovel up the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, like, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of?
But we had full
conditions
ALS
and what they
coverage
were
in that
about?
area via community ambulance.
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
And do you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6?
Dirties back and forth
Yes, I
between
do.
here and
And what was that call, or what was that dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Fulmati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance 1 that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and a our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robery at the time.
And Captain Robery is now the chief of the cannon fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground, so I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably the downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift down the hill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive mail car, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive mail car?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive mail?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see.
You kind of have to be, but yeah.
Victim.
And at this time when you're
But I can say I would
arriving
never
shortly
cover
after
for any.
6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop
Even
saying
when I was a
unresponsive mail,
firefighter.
at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. And who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
The John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Famati and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body.
Cardiac
and,
arrest.
some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first-in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And you indicate, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When you
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to you?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believe about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where
I don't really recall.
you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point?
Correct.
And
what do you mean bad?
When you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters?
Yeah, in the bigger departments, there was a lot of times that.
So the other firefighters were checking for a
That's
pulse.
respectable, Anna.
And
that's what I did.
After
Pretty
that,
much
we
as the firefighter component of it.
And then we would
paid
start
on call.
compressions and
So we weren't at
start
the
moving
station
them into
all the
the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
Let's see.
Chest compressions.
Chest compressions,
Yes.
right. And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was it breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces. They can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with the lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're
Mostly
in the back of the
legit, I would
ambulance,
say.
what, if
It
anything, did you
depends. I mean, the
observe or
environments
note
are
at that
different, just
point
like
in regard
different
to
police
any
departments are
injuries,
worse than
you
others.
observed in Mr. O'Keefe?
He had a like a swollen black and
I was
blue
in
right eye, and
one of
he
the departments
had
that I
some
worked
blood
for
around his mouth.
auxiliary was corrupt as
Now,
fuck.
as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of
And
that,
for
what,
good
if any,
posture.
observations or what, if anything, did you know with regards to
not
slouched over all day? Observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch,
remind me
very
of the
stiff,
posture.
almost frozen-like. Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't know. I realized I had a
Now,
little
at some point
at the bottom there.
during the course
Switch
of your
this.
treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
Is that why? Is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac?
Exudes. I love that word.
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal
Stop exuding.
cardiac rhythm where
Stop
they no longer
exuding
have
me,
a pulse.
JC.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically? Sort of how are they?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
And once the clothes are removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional observations you can make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
I'm exuding you.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature
He knows
for
you.
Mr. O'Keefe once in the back?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there were two females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they looked like or anything about those two females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristic did you observe between one of the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
Bile, as in stomach
That's something that
juices.
you said once or more than once or something.
Greenish yellow stomach juices. Which is common when you've been doing a bag valve mask or mouth to mouth, because a lot of air gets pushed into the stomach and then it comes up. Thus the distension in the belly, which the paramedic didn't mention is the most common reason for the distension.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care?
Because usually most of the air is going into the stomach and not in the lungs, unless you have a tube right into the airway.
Me, Nuttall, Flamati.
These paramedics sounded lazy to me. Instantly with that IO needle.
Woodbury.
BVMing. Yeah.
Walsh.
Yeah, mouth to mouth, you're going to get a mouthful of puke.
McLaughlin came in
do it
a
long
little bit
enough.
later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
So the majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
He's opening himself up for
Transport
some
from
good cross.
Fairview to Good Samaritan. Who drove the ambulance there?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving. Where are you
The whammon, put
located?
the whammon behind the wheel.
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flamati.
do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during
Or a reason you ever want to trach is if the airway's
so I was
completely
just
closed off,
helping
or if
them-
there's too much damage to the face.
Transport phase, I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate
We
and
always
suction.
called people that use those Lucas devices pussies.
And
Have another
was there any-
firefighter
if
make him do
anyone
compressions
else
on the
in
way to
back
the
of
ambulance,
ambulance
or
was
on the way to the
also
hospital.
working on the airway portion.
We've Nuttall, and I forget who else.
Karen Reed.
Now, during the course of transport from scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what if any changes you know in reference
Being
to
framed for murdering her boyfriend,
as far as
who was a cop,
heart activity, respiratory, anything of like?
No changes.
in my view.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
And this judge is very biased to the state, as usual.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts you located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position when you first arrived.
It's about this area right here.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further to this witness, John.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay. Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to sleep.
Look at this reporter with all the stickers on his laptop. Move the banner for a second. Look at this. It's kooky. Iraq? What the hell's that? Grow bud? It's weird. That's the brother right there. He's already testified. Right here. It's the mother, and I think she's starting to believe that it is a frame. Yeah, they cause a lot of damage to the chest too, Anna. So you got to adjust it for the right depth, and when you can feel it with your arm.
Good morning, sir.
Pure laziness.
Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
I don't think it's James O'Keefe. It's O'Keefe, but it's not James. I don't think.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came
John
upon
O'Keefe.
him, I believe you remembered that he had on a pair of jeans,
To the best of my recollection, yes.
and you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they?
I agree, Anna.
If you could describe them.
No need to be.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches, and they have usually like a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of 2 curved blades that are used to cut.
And are they essentially a large pair of scissors?
Yes.
And are they sharp in terms of the blades?
Yes.
And they need to be somewhat, heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through. Correct?
Oh, yeah, Evil Anna's the best.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was
say that on.
before he was put into the
You get
ambulance,
fucked on X for saying that.
during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride? Would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride, or would it have been toward the end?
Arnar hasn't been back since I called him out about the immunity thing.
Now, with regard to the
I just asked him where he
clothing
saw
that
it.
was cut,
He's
do
not
you recall
returned
if
since
it
I called him
was
out on that.
Sweatshirt.
Dude, don't drop a message like that in my
jeans, or
chat
both?
and I have nothing
I don't
to back
recall.
that up.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Where did that clothing go
No, I
after
don't
it was
recall.
cut by the trauma shears during that ride?
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but I don't recall on all of it.
Okay. And some of it could have been on the floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that have been cut?
It gets transferred over to the RN in charge of the patient and usually stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is the clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
Canton,
And do you recall who it
Massachusetts.
was that brought in that clothing?
Oh, wait.
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Not all in Flamati.
You mean
So it had to be
stock-wise?
one of the three of
No,
you
but
that
I know
delivered
those
that
are my
clothing
favorite
to an RN,
cable
correct?
tools.
Correct.
Do you know if all the clothing was delivered to an RN or if some stayed in the ambulance?
Very reliable tool, hand
I
tools.
don't recall.
And once you
They're
give
so
the clothing
expensive,
to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Let me see.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Now let's get back to when you first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flamati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flamati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body. We didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body. Or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flamati when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flamati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all doing the treatment portion.
Sure, and the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions?
Yes.
And dealing with his airway as well?
Correct.
Which of your coworkers and or you were directly involved with the CPR,
Impact
chest
deployment,
compressions,
we're not going to help you.
the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flamati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who are the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flamati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop?
I believe so, yeah.
And then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right. Do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Oh, And by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
And so the doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
What is objectionable?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flamati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning?
I'm talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flamati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, and that's the point in which the doors would be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw 2 women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught?
Yes.
Hysterical?
Yes.
Frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
It was very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but Then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking you the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today?
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right, at this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer.
Because the truth doesn't change, like that cop's
Okay, so
story.
we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you very
offer
much.
it. With no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could, listen as best you can.
Sure.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear. I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I may have moment.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
While we're waiting.
And then we got Virgin River Canyon.
We're back.
I just want quality subs. I want people.
Mr. Kelly, I got permission to play it one more time.
I'll try my best.
So again, and by the way, before it's queued up, I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear or what you can hear.
Okay.
That's enough. What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thanks.
Okay. Any redirect?
Just briefly on. Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned, were sort of all of you, being yourself, firefighter Flamati, firefighter Nuttall, firefighter McLaughlin, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of the timeline?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that they heard, correct?
Correct.
And conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Was that during the transport, or was that prior? Would you be utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
Yes.
No.
So
Why not?
if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to the Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Why wouldn't you do it while
Your
you?
Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I have
All
it.
right, so we will do that.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right?
My thumbs up.
Do you not have it, Nancy? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. It has not been too much.
The exhibit 380.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fucking judge has that mic in her mouth practically. Yeah, I mean they're blunt tip. It's not like you're gonna stab them. Why would you not use them while?
All right, so we're all set?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, you're all set. sir.
Thank you.
Stupid.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay. Tori, what do you have for today? Numbers.
Select your stuff.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, WALSH.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a
Is this a fifth paramedic on the scene?
firefighter paramedic with the
You have
Canton?
5 paramedics?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have a rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now,
It doesn't mean anything. It's like
with
with
regard,
suggestions in your head and you repeat it.
you have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, when was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. That's when I was officially certified.
Is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertifications?
He's asked every
Yes,
single one of
every
these
2 years
same
we have to
questions.
recertify.
He's lulling
Take
the
continuing
jury.
education classes.
They're not going to
Is
be.
your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Sounds like the whole department
Now,
did. Like,
if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th and January 29th, 2020. Recall that day?
I do.
And were you working that day with the fire?
I was.
And
what's her boyfriend?
what kind of shift were you working
She
on?
was out looking for him.
24-hour shift, which is standard.
Is that 8 a.m.
He
to
had
8 a.m.?
earned. That's correct.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street, and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shift that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver in that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regards to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to?
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that, Julie, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 20th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, and just
Never heard of
in
firefighters
addition to
plowing
snow,
snow.
what, if anything else, did you observe as far as weather conditions?
Never heard of
around
that.
in the plow?
The apron, maybe.
It was very windy. Yeah, just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regards to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1, and then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in Car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road condition, visibility, things of that like en route from the station to Fairview.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Wonder what's going on outside. Is Bow out there?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, let's go further away. Okay. And from, if you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street.
It's
a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall,
we jump
what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatched, and you're all sort of responding around the same time, being Car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So Engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, Ambulance 1 and Car 5 were already on scene.
Sounds like a police radio.
If I could ask, just sort of as you're turning on to Fairview Road and you travel down, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on a Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you mentioned?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you? As you know, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, visibility was really poor, but there was ambulance 1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us, so it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
Now, in regard to your response as Nick, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive patient, correct?
That's correct.
What was his?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching the scene, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was, so I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as, had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
And so when you arrived, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
Michigan, Ohio.
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where firefighter Nuttall, Flamati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
I could see the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and firefighter McLaughlin treated, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first arrived over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And so you put the stretcher basically right up against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet from that.
That's correct.
And with respect to positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it?
Parallel.
And
exactly, Kilton. Exactly.
you mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene, and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember.
They also used a leaf blower to blow all the snow away from where his body was, and they found nothing on the ground around him. But days later, up to 3 weeks later, they found pieces of her taillight all over the front lawn, even though they removed all the snow and never found it. Hours into the scene.
But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
45 pieces, I guess, total.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the two females that you saw?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that they were upset. Is it so that both of them were?
Yes.
And what, if anything, leads you to that sort of conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them like screaming and crying.
And how does some of this taillight break up into 45 pieces? Okay. Forensically, put those pieces back together. That's going to be more than a taillight. And how does it shatter like that? You ever seen one explode like that? I haven't.
With respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make of his clothes?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right at my face, and that's when I noticed it.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, you only had one shoe based on what you said.
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned right by his right leg.
And what, if any, difference did you know between sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
So once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some points, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
When you removed his clothing, how was that? How did you do that?
Oh, with trauma shears, basically scissors that cut clothing.
And once sort of, was that pursuant to some sort of protocol, or
Yes.
why was the clothing?
Yeah, and any trauma call, it's a protocol to expose the patient so
By the
you can
cops that are
see
covering
all
it up.
injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
And once the clothing was removed with the trauma shears, what, if any, additional injuries or anything that you observed about the
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what
They
that
didn't
is?
even try to do an IV in this guy.
Yeah, so you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill
You're shitty at it.
into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant to, so Mr. O'Keefe was undergoing cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Could you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac?
There's no cardiac function. His heart isn't pumping blood anymore.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as medication administration is there in reference to cardiac?
Yeah, so the frontline medication for that is epinephrine. That's what we
Well,
do
yeah, she just
for the
just
IO
need to
access.
contact the number on
What is the
the
purpose
form
of
that I
epinephrine?
emailed.
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart.
Well, yeah,
pumping
I
again,
initially,
if
a couple
that's
days
viable
ago, I
option.
emailed the initial TNF.
And in addition to the
I assumed that
epinephrine,
she
what
was
are the other
going to
medications?
get it resolved, so I just sent her started that process. So she just has to contact DHS.
I believe
Not a
that
big
was
deal.
it. As
She's
far as
got
when
a
I
green
was
card
on
and
scene, it
everything.
was just
DHS,
epinephrine.
it says on the initial email.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh yeah, saline
Yep,
as well.
yep,
but,
just, yeah, there
you
should
know,
be, she
it's
should
not a
have just
medication,
received
but, yeah,
one
we
from me
also
just saying that
administered
I assumed that she was going to get it taken care of, because if you don't.
saline is just to increase blood volume.
the first one gives you the number and links and everything like that. If it's
Now,
good,
as
I mean,
far
I think she can take care of
as,
it right there on Telegraph. Usually is where they take care of it.
As far as the transport.
All right. Yeah. If you need have any questions, just let me know.
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the
I
hospital?
did not.
Illegal trying to work.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified to this jury that you observed?
I believe so.
Ms. Kelman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18. And Firefighter Walsh, what's up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed that day, 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Handcuffs or witnesses agreed with it?
Yes.
So this is again the latest one.
Okay.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where within this photograph did you see that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
Right in that general area.
Thanks. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask you about the woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most upset?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
And the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others?
Yes.
And she's screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, I understand your testimony, was that she just said, "Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall, correct?
In a loud voice?
Yes.
In a distraught voice?
Yes.
While she was crying?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is your next witness?
Miss Katie McLaughlin.
All right.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Who's this Scally?
Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
Laughlin.
Oh, the last paramedic.
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
Five
And,
paramedics
how long
and
have you been
senior.
a firefighter paramedic?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but prior to becoming a paramedic or working as a paramedic, what, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to paramedic?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year.
Everyone
and
will go
then
through this.
after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
And prior to working at the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources to be a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component and a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn your attention to the dates of January 28, 2022 to January 29, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shifts in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Sounds like
some people call it like the back step. Yeah.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
So when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as weather, what conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow, and the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that resident on Fairview?
How long? We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flamati were on that ambulance. And I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5 and the ambulance and fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles, and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher, because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with Firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical role?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is, it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, that said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
As far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean? Like
As far as
outside of the
right, so outside of fire department personnel
texting,
in that
texting.
area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so, from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learning the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
Who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighter?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number-wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flamati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Flamati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, can you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing? That's a record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so, as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications?
How did you hit him?
I was asking those questions.
Apparently you've been saying, you didn't ask about how he got hit?
As you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant is doing while you're asking those
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit, so I was like just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall, you mentioned that the other person who was across from you was just, was that somebody from your department or an officer or civilian, or who was it?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of, not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
You know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? You know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem? She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very upset. But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred, and I just felt, based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to this stroke?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, what, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries?
So apparently she said this so
I
many
noted
times that
he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And
Let me check something
same
out.
as
His
far as when
autopsy.
you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe of Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe
But you
those
weren't in the
injuries
back.
while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you went
Right.
back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Rock, what, if anything, did you know as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so it was probably longer than usual based on the conditions.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further for a moment, just in reference to when you're in the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that you observed?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
Do you recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
All right, could I see counsel for a second, please?
Hey, Harry. Yeah. And it's weird. Massachusetts law does not allow them to release the autopsy until trial, which is very odd. Here. Drop a couple of things here. Nice. Who would be mad? Look at this. This, and then
trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go in a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with firefighter and testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into
People
the case.
taking their shoes off.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please. Skirts following.
Goodbye. All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you can step down and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Did you want to see me at sidebar?
Just briefly, Judge.
We're on. Tip says 4:30.
What's up?
For the Food Production Association.
Okay, welcome. How you doing?
Someone somewhere good to see you.
Tyler, okay.
That's very strange.
Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Yeah, please do. I'm sorry. Just trying to look you up here. Gotten lots of communications today. I'm not going to be in the office tomorrow, so I've been trying to
We got
schedule,
314 miles.
kind of stagger you guys, even though I can do you all at once. It's no big deal.
Probably only do this once a week. Someone. I apologize that it's not working for you. Doc, you want to know how much fuel and how much it was? Or are you just going to go with the blind guess?
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to Zoom right now, too, so if I'm talking to my computer, I'm not. All right, you ready and stuff with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blind guess too?
Yeah, I'm doing like that too.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. I was going to tell you, it's $4.10 a gallon, 4099, but $4.10 a gallon and 100 gallons. That's within 20 gallons. Okay, Doc, no problem.
And I just want to issue on the channel because that the firm was called open on tip.
I played nicely. I didn't get disqualified today. Well, it's ironic. Anybody else going to guess? Get your guess in now. Otherwise, I'm going to announce the winner. Doc says 5 pen.
So the main facility is over on Telegraph. This is just the next plant here.
Okay.
A modern facility over there. This building's over 180 years old.
Someone, are you gonna keep your gas at 680, or are you gonna change your gas because I told you the amount of fuel and the price?
I mean, it's pretty low ceiling because folks back in the 1800s were a lot. The average height was a lot shorter.
Yeah. I'll let you do it because you wasn't here to hear the total amount of fuel and the price.
Okay. Every time they mix a batch of things packaged over at a telegraph, they test it. Okay. Coming up what it's supposed to. Sure. You don't want to box it up with it not being right. So. Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
You don't need to drop out. You having a bad day? You okay? Well, like I said, I'm not going to do this all the time. It's going to be a once a week thing. So if you don't come in on the days that I do a vertical stream, I completely understand. Some people like it, and I figured I'd give it a fair shake. So for the people that do like it, one day a week, we'll do that. The rest of the time, we'll go back to the way that it's always worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Chauffeur license.
This is how mine is.
Why'd you get your chauffeur license?
I was contemplating getting a job.
That's just so it'll still read the chat.
Yeah, well, their thing is they require you to have a chauffeur.
Yes, because it's a larger vehicle. Yeah, but it has regular brakes. Yeah. You don't need a CDL, but you do need a chauffeur.
Yeah, well, because they have those step vans.
Mhm.
It's like a public service employee.
Yeah, I was a firefighter. We had to have one too. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was in the I got the chauffeur license.
Yeah. Just it's tested not much different than the
All right,
other one.
so
I mean,
someone else has said
the
in a while.
same too.
So the winner is.
Yeah, I didn't need to take a driving test.
Yeah, just the book.
Yep.
I think they're a little bit more.
One person that finally played by the rules.
Stuff like that. On the
Tip
talk
is
to
the
us,
winner.
but so long since I did.
Total
I
fuel
don't
cost
know.
$319.
They don't have a separate one. It's either the regular or the CDL.
You win absolutely nothing. You win a brand new, not a fucking thing. What happens when you play by the rules, Tip? Hey, no problem, 420. The bill will be in the mail. All right, let's get going. We got no time to wait.
Basically, what today is, I basically give you the handbook and go over some of the basics and rules and stuff like that. Everybody who works here has to have this filled out, so it's pretty simple. It's open book. So it's a pretty sharp setup. All right, everything looks good. Just check. PNC Bank checking. Okay. Okay, that's good. I just double check and verify them. Sometimes. I hear that most of the folks working here, if they're not in the little test area, they're mixing the materials together in the back for the. Okay, perfect. Here's right on up here. So close. All right. Like I said, this is basically your handbook. Goes over the do's and don'ts as far as this being a food manufacturing facility. The rules are governed by they don't really want you wearing them home. They just throw them away. Come out of that area. All right. No external door or anything outside the building.
I figured as much. 420.
They have a simple winning bag, but then that it goes into the color coding of the question. Material it is, if it's powerful or not. Product. It's a free facility. And the agents are, in fact, they have that analysis. See, both of you guys have changed for those. Okay. Green is for allergy, white is for non-allergy. Yellow red is for materials, blue is for remember to the air belt itself.
Their radios suck in this area.
That's why they don't like to work. So they're food manufacturers.
Probably by design. They don't want nobody to hear it.
Modern. These two people
buildings just a little bit farther south on Colorado. And this thing goes over everything as far as how to wash your hands correctly. There is a technique that they support. Now, the call-off number, same number.
Well, I just chose to do it this way one time. I'll probably do it once a week, just for the people that do like it.
Call off your text number. That means that what text that we receive
Myself, I prefer horizontal landscape.
every day, an hour to the shift. They
This is definitely not the format for strings like ours. Body cam.
Two shifts, 10 hours. Yeah. Can work, yeah, can work if, they offer, you can work overtime. It's Monday to Friday and you'll get a day off. Usually you're but now they have time to primarily all of Monday, Friday, morning. Yeah, just depends on how much there. Yeah, I build up a nice pool of people that way it works. I build up a pool of people. And I pretty much where you are in the stack. I want to send the best.
We'll avoid that channel. That sounds like shit.
After 500 hours, so yeah, that covers, like I said, first shift goes from 5 a.m. to second shift goes to that's a lot of
Damn it, you figured me out on the document.
I mean,
Son of a.
I want to see you were doing it. That's which school you're going. Now, if I need 5 people they are offering. I'll give you the opportunity, but I want you. And it's the big deal with them. They do have that job extra $1 an hour. They're paid every week. So if you have a bad day, 1 week, it doesn't.
You can have people join your live on landscape too.
So this can keep on file for the
But it doesn't.
I
think it does it in a vertical fashion that way. So it splits the horizontal screen in half horizontally, one on top, one on bottom. Go live together.
They used to do as a group. So here's an acknowledgement.
Is that what you're talking about?
Here. There's some old. Okay. Now pass. All the issues are.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it does it.
Wait,
I'd have to check again. Can I add someone to the live right now, or you have to do that before you go live?
Can't see or hear. Like I said, I'm in a Zoom, so it's.
I've never done that, Chuck. How does that work out?
To Rexburg. How did you interact with him at family occasions and whatnot?
Yeah, when we'd get together, we'd talk with Tammy and Chad and their kids. Yeah.
Was that something that happened frequently, infrequently?
Probably several times a year.
I'm not giving up my rights for you. No, I would never do that.
I've got to ask you to stop doing that because some people don't like being cambered.
Camered? Is that even a word?
Oh, I can't just go in on it.
Of course I can. I'm not going to go in the office. Can you shut that off, ma'am?
I'm not in control of it.
I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable with that camera on me right now. Leave? I don't think so. This is definitely a public area. Leave a public building for taking pictures? I don't think so, buddy. Don't bark up the wrong tree.
Selectman said no.
That's not true. Which selectman?
You want to bet I hate being called a liar.
Stan available?
No, he isn't. He's busy.
He's busy? Okay. I thought I was supposed to leave. What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today in the town of Limerick, Maine, for our First Amendment audit. Today is April 19th, 2024. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate all your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England states. Always check your description. All links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England area. We're going to get right to it here, guys. Take a tour of the building, possibly pull some public records. Enjoy the video. All right, so the entrance is on the handicap entrance over here, and we're going to take a look around inside, take a tour of the building, possibly pull some public records, and see what they're up to in here. Let's get to it. On the first floor is municipal offices. How you doing? Select board office. Huh? No, I'm just looking around, getting some public information and such. The treasurer's office.
All right, and I can't remember your first name. I'm sorry.
Your honey. Hey, puppies. Look at those eyes. Beautiful, huh?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, I'm
Hi,
going to
Julie.
ask you to leave.
What do you mean? I need some information.
Like what, sir? I'd like that camera shut off, please.
This is a public setting in a public building.
I understand, but we've had this problem at another town I work, and I'm just.
What town is that?
Doesn't matter. I'm asking out of courtesy. Can you please shut it off?
I'm not giving up my rights for you. No, I would never do that. Why would I ever give up my First Amendment right to record in a public building for you? I'm not here to cause trouble. Do you have a business card?
No, I do not.
And you're Julie?
Yes,
Okay. What do you do in this office for the people?
I'm elected the treasurer.
Okay.
That's what it says.
What does the treasurer do? What, like, just...
I could give you a 23-page report. that
No,
says
I don't
what
need
the
that.
state Statutes say that I do.
Okay. Can you just break it down? Like, what do people come in here for on a typical basis?
Anything from paying bills to payroll to taxes.
Okay.
Anything that they need the treasurer to do by the state statutes and laws.
Yeah, of course. Okay. All right. That's all.
Can I ask who you are?
I'm just a journalist, a citizen journalist.
What's the badge?
That says shiny badges don't grant extra rights. That's for police officers who think they can exceed their authority. So, anyway, I'll let you go. I know you're busy. I just had a general question for you. That's all. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't approve what you do.
You know, I mean, there's other countries that don't have civil rights and liberties, so, you know.
Sorry, you're in Maine and you're in a rural little town.
Which is the U.S., right? The United States.
Last time I checked.
That has a constitution, right?
I don't understand why you're even asking, sir.
Because you're telling me to put away my rights.
It's not
That's all. I'm all done here. I'm not.
Bye. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Get used to the camera. Look at you have cameras right here. How ironic.
That's for our security.
Yeah, and I could pull this as public records too.
Yes.
And then I could post it and use it for my own footage.
Go for it.
I will, just to prove my point. You too.
What media outlet do you represent?
Myself. Yeah. Nobody in particular. But it's just no answer. I mean, I don't work for anybody. You know what I mean? I'm just a citizen journalist. That's all. All right. Yeah, last time I checked, we're in the United States of America, not just Maine. Well, look, another camera. I feel so. Can you shut that off, ma'am?
I'm not in control of it.
I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable with that camera on me right now. No, I'm all set. I'm all set. Everybody else is crying about a camera, and you guys. I said everybody else is crying about my little camera, and you guys have cameras all over this place.
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. Just get my good side.
I don't see a bad side. So, there's the only one thing left, right?
Right?
There you go. How you doing? It's assessors and code enforcement. Nice. Okay. How you doing? You code enforcement? Are you code enforcement? Oh, okay. I thought I saw a sign on the video saying that you guys were out. Are they out in the field or are they out in the field? Code enforcement? Okay. Cool. Yeah, what do you do in this office? Like, what is code enforcement? Like, what exactly is your job title? I mean, what do you do? You're a constable? Okay, cool. Are you the only one? Or? Nice. Do you have a name? Okay. Do you have an ID or badge number, or they don't give you badges? Okay. Yeah. So do you guys like serve like court paperwork?
Yes, I can. I have the ability to do that.
Okay.
Issue parking tickets.
Parking tickets too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Domestic violence or criminal.
Oh, really? Okay, so you have like arresting powers too?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I noticed that Limerick doesn't have its own police department. They don't have their own police department. Why? Can I ask you like why that is? Is it budget or is it? Yeah, state police and I think the sheriff's, right? Oh, state police. Okay. All right. Cool. Do you have a business card?
What's the purpose of this?
I'm just asking questions, seeing what you guys do here for the public. That's all. Just curious, see what you guys do.
And you are?
I'm what?
And you are?
I'm just a citizen. I'm nobody.
Citizens have names?
They do. I prefer to keep that private. Okay. Did you take an oath, or did you like take an oath to get this position, or?
Everybody does. That's law.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, I'll let you get to it.
Okay.
Have a good one. There you go. He does have a badge.
I've got to ask you to stop doing that because some people don't like being cameraed.
Cameron?
Yeah.
Is that even a word?
They're recording it, so again, it's not proper behavior.
Proper behavior? Do you have like a rules of conduct here or something? In a public building? In a public area? Is it like they're like uncomfortable?
Unless you get permission, then you shouldn't be there.
That's not true. No, it's not. Leave? I don't think so. Nobody's complaining about it anyway, so only you. Leave a public building for taking pictures? I don't think so, buddy. Don't bark up the wrong tree. You might want to call state police if anybody. Yeah, I suggest you do. No, I don't have to leave. For what reason? For what purpose? For what purpose, there, bud? This guy's got another thing coming, let me tell you. So that's a selectman's office, treasurer and general assistance? Is that open to the public? Oh, it isn't? Okay. Everything all right in there, Stan? Everything holding up? All right, Stanny. See if Stan's available. Hey. No, they're in them.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
How you doing? Is Stan available?
No, he isn't. He's busy.
He's busy? Okay. I thought I was supposed to leave. That he was telling me to leave. What happened to that?
You're welcome to stay in the public way. That's it.
Okay.
We're busy in here. So.
No, I get it. This is definitely a public area. Okay. You want to slam the door on me, huh? The town manager here, or who runs this circus? Is one of them here?
They are not.
None of them are here. So who's running the show here?
Select board admin, but she's not here yet.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, some sort of town administrator, select board member, whoever's running this show here. I'm getting doors slammed on me. This is definitely a public area. Is it? Is it a good question? Is it a good question? Because I'm questioning it. I mean, what's up with these doors over here? They're supposed to be open to the public. Why are they locked and closed? Both of them. They're both public areas. They're both open to the public. When you guys are open for services, we're allowed to go in there. You can't lock the doors on those. I don't know why they're locked and closed. That's what I have a problem with right now. They're public areas. They're publicly they're publicly accessible areas to the general public to walk into to get services. And I'm being denied services and they're not allowing me into those areas. They're not restricted access areas. Yeah, they're definitely 100% accessible to the public when you guys are open for business.
Once that door down there, that's open.
It's not
You
open.
Go into there, behind there.
Yeah, like going back. Yeah, that's obviously restricted. I'm not looking to go back there. But like here is no different from those offices right there.
Right.
And I'd like access to them. They're both closed and they're both locked, and the lady over here just slammed the door on me. So there's a big issue going on right now, and I have a right to go into that office. Huh.
I can't go into that office.
I mean, I want to get some public information. I want,
Treasurer's down
yeah.
there and someone's secretary.
So why can't I go in there?
Is there a reason why you didn't just go in on?
Of course I can. I'm not going to go in the office. That's not true. That's a publicly accessible area open to the public. Well, you're told you're wrong.
I'm not breaking. All right.
So you're denying me access to that?
I'm not fighting with you.
I'm not either.
Go see code enforcement.
I already did. They slammed the door on my face.
Okay.
That's open to the public too.
I am sorry, one of the selectmen told us to lock the door.
Where are they?
They're not in the building.
Of course they're not. I want to go in there and
No,
look
sir.
at it's a publicly accessible area.
And you are harassing us.
No,
We
I'm
can't
not.
do our work.
You can do your work. Ignore me. And if I have questions, then you answer
I'm
them.
coming in. I can't, Judy. The
That's not-
selectman said no.
That's not true. Which selectman?
You want to bet I hate being called a liar.
You are a liar. He's a liar. Seems like you guys are hiding a lot behind that door. Exactly. I have a right to go in there. It is ridiculous.
All right, then, undo his thing and then.
That's it. Yeah, what are they hiding back there? Why they have to lock the door to the general public? What was that?
What's that?
What was that?
Just a check-in.
About me. It's about me. What about women? What? So what happened? What did they say? What did they say?
Well, he just said that if we were uncomfortable, that we're uncomfortable. So.
Why would you? Can you open the door for me? All right, everybody. So that's going to be it over here today in Limerick at the town hall offices for our First Amendment audit. I went in. The clerks were very happy, cheery. They're actually really great in there. The biggest problem was Stan, who thought that he can tell me to leave just because, you know, he said that people would probably be uncomfortable, even though he was the only one that was stating that. And there was nobody else complaining except for him, and he told me to leave, and I think he called the state police possibly, and they might have told him to back off and leave me alone. But then I had a problem with the other office, the assessor's office, or the treasurer's office. And yeah, I mean, they locked the door. They won't, let it be accessible to the public. They're just closing it off, and it's all accessible. There's public information in there and so forth, So the code enforcement in the assessor's office also slammed the door in my face. And that's just really unprofessional. It's easy, just let me in and look around, take some pictures and video, and then head out. And they just seem to not be able to do that. So if you'd like to redress your grievances to the select board, all the information will be here on the screen for you to do so and petition. Let them know how you feel about this interaction that I had with them. Maybe things can change in the future. They did call in and speak to them and told them to close the windows, lock the doors, if they feel uncomfortable, and it's just not how it should be. So
all right.
Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. Also check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England states. Always check a description, all links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism.
So you do have reliable transportation as well?
Stand out off here. Until the next one, guys, Press NH Now. Peace.
Impact employment. I'm speaking. How can I help you?
All right, my friends. We just pressed the Let's Go Live button over here. It's an amazing Thursday. Let's wait for the tubes to fire themselves up. Before we get into the day's activities, we do have a lot of business to attend to today. More protests. Joe Biden just came out of nowhere, not even on the schedule as far as I can tell, and gave us a little bit of a talk because there are more protests percolating around the country. We also had Congress pass this wild bill, a HB 6090, which just passed by Republicans and Democrats, which is defining anti-Semitism in a very interesting way. And we're going to go through a bunch of different documents on this because this is a curious one. We'll go through it. We'll also see what Trump was up to. He had campaigns events yesterday in 2 locations, I believe, or maybe just one, but 2 different events. But we'll talk about it. And of course, we'll see what you have to say about it all. It's a tremendous Thursday. Hopefully your week is unfolding very nicely. Tomorrow's a Friday. We're excited about that, of course. We got trial back in session as well. So we have Keith Davidson, who was back on the stand last I checked this morning. He of course, was that kind of pretty comical guy, actually, that we heard from Tuesday. And he was testifying about the deals. He was Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal's lawyers. So that's happening right now in New York, and we'll see what Inner City Press has to say about that. But it is a busy morning, and let me show you what I mean. So I was taking a look, getting this queued up for today, and we had Joe Biden's schedule, right? We always check that here. We come here, we say, what's going on here? Thursday, May 2nd. Look at this. We have,
I'm going to send you a text from our
morning
system works now as we text back and forth.
Curious. So my point is, he gets the daily brief, okay, normal.
And you just text me back the number.
10 a.m. in pool call time, out of town. President departs the White House. Then he goes to North Carolina, right? That's at 11:45. But there's something missing here. He then goes to North Carolina to pay his respects to law enforcement officials who were killed.
Well, it's 3:30 to
him. Then he leaves North Carolina, goes to Wilmington, still in North Carolina.
10-hour shifts.
Then gives another speech. Then goes back to Joint Base Andrews, back at the White House by 7:30. Okay, so quick trip over to North Carolina. Not doing too much. Now you'll notice, right? One thing we've been talking about a lot here is how absent he's been on this whole saga. You know, there's little insurrection fever taking hold at various universities and college campuses around the world, around America.
The day shift goes from 5 a.m.
And he hasn't said much about this, so I had some clips from Karine. So Karine was out yesterday.
Check your email for these if you don't get it.
She said a couple things. She was kind of getting laced into this because Ducey's like, "Where's Joe? Okay, where is this dude? Right? We haven't heard from him."
It's for Vectrum.
There's tense. Is he going to find out who's funding this stuff?
Yeah, and as long as
he hasn't spoken much about this. Okay, it's been going on all weekend. Here's what Ducey said to Karine yesterday.
But there's $1 an hour in perfect
historically has spoken very forcefully about anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
but this week he's not. He's MIA. Is he that worried about losing the youth vote with these protesters?
I'm going to be mindful. You're talking about youth vote. You're talking about 2024. No.
You just told
I have to say what I have to say, and just give me a second. So I'm not going to speak
You
about
probably didn't hear
doorbell. Is that a doorbell?
Wow, she's so good at this. Amazing.
An alarm. Okay.
Glad she's still on here. Yes.
And
keep it together, Karine.
I'll speak more broadly. I can't speak to youth and support and voters. That's not something I can do from here. The president
is he going to address it?
Has taken a lot of policy actions here that he knows that young people care about. And a lot of those actions are popular with those young folks, whether it's giving a little bit of breathing room with student
I can't talk about young people, but then she talks about it
today, matter of fact, and we are going to continue to do that because we think it's important as families or as an American and you're coming out of college and you want to build a family, buy a home, you have the opportunity to do that and not be crushed by student debt. The president,
nobody can pay for homes, Karine,
understands how important it is to deal with that issue. Climate change, something that young people really truly care about. One of the
is that why they're barricading themselves in halls at colleges?
Was the climate change crisis. As the president has taken aggressive action.
So she's just vomiting out of her mouth.
Look, I can't speak to
climate change
voters or
student
their
loans.
Support. What we're going to do is continue to take actions that we believe.
Do they want to start families? Do they want to buy homes and start families on the left? I don't think so. I don't even know if they like each other. Like, how can you start families if your genitals don't fit with each other? I'm saying, like, I don't know if they even work anymore because they're just, I don't know, like, we'll just leave it there. I don't even know what's going on with those transitions, but okay, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. All right. So here's another one from Ducey. He's saying here,
does President Biden want his administration to find out who is funding some of these protests?
What I can say,
come on, Kareem.
I
Easy.
cannot.
What?
I cannot speak to
what
the organizations that are being reported that's on the ground. That is not something for me to speak to.
Man, she said
that is obviously something that local governments, local officials, I keep saying local government, local officials are going to speak to. They'll have better information on that. What we have said, and I don't think I've iterated that yet from here, is that the DOJ and FBI is going to continue to offer support to universities and colleges in respect to federal laws. So that is something that the DOJ and FBI is doing. As far as local.
Okay, so she'll defer it over to them. We got it. All right. So enough of Korean. I can't take it anymore. Neither, I'm sure, can you. We had another one, but we're going to skip it. This was what is this? Oh, this is from CNN. Yeah, so they had some updates. Now, protests were happening all last night and into this morning. So Joe Biden came out. I feel like they had to address this. So they brought his butt out here. And you can see they kind of just slapped them together, threw them out there.
On the ground.
And we'll listen to what he has to say about it. But just for some context on this, like, why did they bring him out when it wasn't on the schedule? Right? I think they're getting a little nervous. A lot of people are starting to say, where is our absent president? Even Trump's commenting on it. So this was as of this morning. Of course, it is May 2nd. We're glad that you're here. It says anti-Israel university protests.
Like I said,
dozens of protesters have been detained. Rubber bullets are being fired as cops break up the encampment
so that's,
in a wild
not only do you
scene.
have that extra dollar
Right,
for,
you can see some of it here. Look at this
for
dude.
the
He's
second
armed and
shift
ready to go.
Another dollars.
Beanbags. Boom, boom, boom. So things are getting a little spicy over there. We got boards. We got barricades.
I guess.
You know what else they were shooting these things at? January 6th. Remember that when they were shooting people in the cheek, blowing holes in their face? We talked about that in the Proud Boys trial testimony that we covered at length here. So it is a little J6-y, huh? Yeah. I wonder if the FBI is going to go round up everybody and throw them in the gulags. We'll see. Now, here, law enforcement officials have fired tear gas. Hopefully failed attempts to enter a large encampment in California early Thursday morning, happening today. The situation intensified after a day after protests turned violent yesterday. Firecrackers are thrown. Just 2 a.m. before Thursday, police broke through barricades at the encampment. Quickly were outnumbered by the protesters, and the police were forced to retreat. That's from ABC 7. The officers have since positioned themselves on the outskirts of the encampment. All UCLA classes were canceled for Thursday and Friday. Oh, no. LAPD was making headway. So 3 hours ago, UCLA continues this morning. I mean, the scene is wild out there. So
you too.
LAPDs were shooting bullets at the crowd, rubber bullets at the crowd. Cops are detaining anti-Israel protesters as they continue to destroy the encampment. Dozens of protesters have been detained, says CNN. A lot more footage. You can just not going to play it all. It's just a bunch of, madness. LAPD stormed into the Gaza Solidarity encampment with tear gas, attempting to break it all up. So all that's cooking, right? That was like hot this morning if you missed it. And they're probably still cleaning it up over there. So Joe Biden just came out. He's going to give us a little bit of a lecture on it. Let's see what CNN has to say, what the latest is from them. Yeah, of course. They're talking about Trump. It's all Trump, right? So Biden comes out, and here's the moment that officers are shooting rubber bullets into the crowd. Students are heartbroken. Look at that. Yeah, there he is. Just
So move back for your safety.
Shooting the rubber bullets. There you go. Wow. Man, that's pretty aggressive. Authorities move farther into the encampment and fire what appears to be rubber bullets. Yeah, things are getting spicy out there. So you can see the police are, of course, taking charge now. So here's what Joe Biden came out and said. He walked out and he says, here's the deal. Things are getting a little hot out there. Somebody's like, okay, President, you have to come out here and say something. He's like, okay, fine. Here it is.
Before I head to North Carolina, I wanted to speak for a few moments about what's going on our college campuses here.
About time.
We've all seen images.
3 weeks into
Put
this.
to the test two fundamental American principles. Excuse me.
Uh,
The first is the right to free speech and for people to peacefully assemble and make their voices heard.
Okay, well, we're going to come back on that because we have HB 6090 that just got passed in the House of Representatives that might limit some of that free speech, especially on college campuses when they are getting money from the government.
The second is the rule of law.
How does that?
Both must be upheld. We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence
right.
people or squash dissent.
Yeah, right. You've already imprisoned one segment, one slice of the political pie. You've already imprisoned and called them MAGA extremists and weaponized the DOJ and everybody else after them. So, now it's fine. Okay. If you want to just include the Palestinians in that, that's fine. Okay. That's fine. More, bring more to the cause. The more the merrier.
People are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs.
Yeah, that's true.
Destroying property is not a peaceful protest.
That's true.
It's against the law.
Yeah.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None
Interference with the peaceful education of Democrats. Sounds like an insurrection to me.
This is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people,
yeah, all
instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education.
Is that why you and your FBI censored all of Americans who were dissenting with your jab policies, or how you censor people who are dissenting with your Ukraine policies? How everybody who is, pro-Putin is suddenly on a blacklist somewhere, right? Or deplatformed because you value dissent? No, I don't think so, Joe.
Look, it's basically a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what's right. There's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. People have the right to get an education.
Cause chaos.
The right to get a degree.
That's pretty subjective.
The right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being attacked.
I think that's all true.
Let's be clear about this.
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
all true. That's all true. Okay, but that's not what your universities teach. They teach people to be little communist social justice warriors, to get in their faces, as Maxine Waters said. So, Joe, you're talking about a lot of reasonable behavior in America. Yeah, that's all great. That's all bygone era. Okay, that's not what exists anymore. You have incubated little dictators at these little universities where this is what you get, right? You've been incubating this for years.
There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism.
See, what does that mean? And first of all, I agree. I condemn anti-Semitism. I don't like people being bigoted and, condescending or rude or anything to other people. I think that people should be taken on their competency, their capabilities, their integrity, how they interface with you, right, as a principle. But we get very, very into some gray territory when we start saying hate speech, and we start codifying different rules for different people. That's when we get into a big problem. Now, we already have laws that make harassment and threatening and intimidating that are all already on the books and already illegal. So just prosecute those people for those crimes. Prosecute them for trespass. Prosecute them for criminal damage. Prosecute them accordingly under the existing law. Don't use this to gobble up a bunch of new power about hate speech and whatever.
Islamophobia or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans.
Same. Use the same laws.
Simply wrong. There's no place for racism in America.
Yeah.
It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions. In America, we respect the right and protect the right for them to express that. But it doesn't mean anything goes.
Only if it's approved.
It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law.
You're allowed to hate whoever you want in this country, okay? It's America. I don't condone it. Try not to carry hate in my heart because it's toxic and destructive. But you're allowed to do it. You can hate whoever you want. You can't go and falsely imprison them. You can't hit them. You can't threaten them and harass them, but you're allowed to hate them. You're allowed to sit in your room and just hate them. And I hate these people. And you're allowed to talk about that too. This is why I hate them. And have an argument about that from both sides. Everybody's allowed to do that. This is America.
You know, make no mistake. As president, I will always defend free speech.
No, you will
I
not.
will always be just as strong in standing up for the rule of law. That's my responsibility to you, the American people. My obligation to the Constitution.
All right. He's probably not going to whisper.
Thank you
That's
very
good.
much.
All right, good.
Forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the National Guard should intervene?
No.
Wow. No National Guard. And no, it hasn't changed my perspective. So sorry, protester losers. All for nothing. Hope it was worth it getting expelled, getting suspended, getting charged with crimes. He hasn't even budged an inch. You think you were going to dissuade him on this? Yeah, right. Right. He doesn't care. Go protest. Go bring some more tents. Get a bigger tent. Bigger tents, more coolers, and enjoy. All right. So that's the president right now. Again, this is stuff that's happening on college campuses. On, it's basically a bunch of people who are kind of asking for it. Essentially, we should never accept injustice, and blaming white people and males and patriarchs until suddenly now there's a little fracture and a division within their own segments, and now they don't know how to deal with it, so they're all freaked out. Obviously, Joe Biden came out, and that's a little bit of a panic speech, right? They just threw that one right in there into the daily schedule, and I think because there's some concern about this. Now, here's Joe Scarborough. We got Kanakoa, the great, clip this for us, and Citizen Free Press is sharing it. Says, this is what Joe Scarborough and these knuckleheads were talking about over there as this continues to spiral. So here is Joe Scarborough, and I think Mika maybe joining.
I've got to say, you'd asked what parents were saying about this. I mean, for parents whose children are, and their children, by the way, it said there's some adults, but I say this because we've got kids, obviously, of college age.
Hey, Joe, did you call the J6ers kids? Did you call some of the 20-year-old kids there who have gotten multiple felonies and been incarcerated for years, some of them? You call them kids? You think these were just kind of student age, got a little bit excited about something, maybe a little bit over-energized, okay, a little bit animated. Okay, this has been going on for weeks now, this type of stuff, this type of behavior. Again, it's the same dichotomy. It's the same distinction between what happened, Summer of Love, BLM, and the J6ers. The J6 riot was 4 hours. This has been in multiple locations. The total amount of damage is going to be, exponentially more than what we saw in J6. It was a couple $1 million on J6. It was like nothing, like literally like nothing. It was crazy how low it was. I was shocked how low it was. But and by the way, I understand, I'm not in favor of executing these people like they are for the J6ers, right? They want J6. Oh, gosh, I can't believe they undermine democracy and all that. No, okay, look, people get animated. This is America, okay? We like to get a little spicy sometimes. Sometimes we get a little bit, we take a bunch of tea and throw it overboard, and that's just how it is, right? And that, our government should be pretty respectful of that. And if they're going to enforce, right, we have this balance. We really encourage free speech. You can get out there, say what you want. That's the First Amendment. It's critically important. We taper that with violence. There's a lot of case law about imminent lawless action and all the tests. But it is, a very fine balance. And we favor free speech in this country, or we used to. And so we're always, finding what this balance is. But if they're gonna do what they did to the J6ers, well, they should do what they're doing, to everyone. It should be penalized equally. And once that happens, once enough people are penalized equally, right? It's like they came for the J6ers and no one said anything. Then they came for the Palestinians and no one said anything. Then they came for and then no one said anything. But then they came for me, and then suddenly there's no one else to speak for me, right? You know how that phrase is often applied, right? So it's the same situation. Now all of us will start to recognize where there is a tyrannical government that seemingly is not allowing us to participate in our petition for a redress of grievances. We want to show up and protest at Capitol Hill and challenge a bad election. That's our right. And then they basically criminalize that process and then spend the last 3 years trying to prosecute and hunt them down, literally raiding their houses and stuff. So if they're going to do that to the J6ers, okay, do it to the Palestinians. There'll be another group that pops up. Again, they should, same thing for the BLMers, right? It should have been the same standard for the BLMers. They should still be being hunted down like the J6ers for their Summer of Love from 2020. All equal standards. Then maybe they'll join, recognizing that the Justice Department is crap, that the Biden administration is crap. We if it was equal standards, we'd have the BLMers on our sides. We'd also have, this Gaza movement. I'm not saying joining ideologically. I couldn't disagree more with BLM, right? But we have uniformity against an oppressive government, sort of, like opposites attract. An enemy of an enemy is a friend kind of a situation. So it's very curious. Now he'll pick and choose, right? So I guess these are college kids, so he has some empathy for them, but not the J6ers. The double standard just abounds.
I mean, I just, obviously, there are many that are distressed. I'm sure many are concerned about their safety. I certainly hope the students got out and they're doing it peacefully right now. But Richard, this is, I tried to explain this a couple days ago.
He sounds
Maybe
terrible.
I wasn't eloquent enough. But I can tell you my family. I'm not saying the Vietnam War was a just war. It was not a just war. But I can tell you the riots on college campuses, the riots at the Chicago Convention in '68.
Which might be happening again in 24.
All of those things moved my family from being Democrats their entire life to being Republicans.
Whoa!
I remember I was young, and I remember my parents asking, what in the world is going on in this country? And of course, they were raised in the Great Depression in rural Georgia. Kind of hard for them to hear rich kids on campus of Harvard or taking over campuses of Columbia. But if you're offended by this, please, I'm trying to help you. I don't want Donald Trump to get elected, all right?
There you go.
Trying to help you. If you're too stupid to figure that out.
He's like, you're helping Trump. Stop this. You're helping Trump. Please stop. Everyone's going to see how much of a maniac this whole movement is. And they're going to wisen up and they're going to go run into the Republican camp. Like, at least they're not setting up, bagel-free zones in college universities.
You change to another channel. Because we're sorting through this as a country, and this is not helping. This is not helping the people of Gaza, and this is not helping those of us who want to fight fascism in America.
And Joe Biden doesn't even care. He's not even listening to anybody here.
Richard, you remember '68? It was a tidal wave. There's a reason that Reagan won with a lot of young voters in 1980. There's a reason the Reagan Revolution took place. The seeds were planted in 1968. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying that the Vietnam War wasn't an unjust war. It was. I'm saying there are ways, as the Rev has proven. He proved in Vieques, as Martin Luther King has proven, as others have proven. There are ways to do this.
See, he seems very panicked about that, which I think is good. That's good. So these protests are explaining their ideology. It's spotlighting what is behind all of this, and they're petrified that more people are going to see it. And I'm happy that more people are going to see it, because this is the truth. This is what they believe in. This is how they operate, and it's a division amongst their own side. So it's going to be a big problem for him. I think you can hear the panic in his voice. And I don't know why he was really scolding his audience. Yeah, what was that about? He was just, change the channel if you don't want to work through this. I think, is he telling the Gaza side to just kind of knock it off, just, fall in line, I guess? I think that's really the takeaway. What you're doing is going to cause more problems. So fall in line, shut up, and let's just stop Trump, and that's it. And then, you can get back to your little protests or whatever. I think that's what he's saying. Just put a lid on it, okay? Muzzle yourselves up. don't think that's going to be a fruitful argument. But again, the question is, what is going to be the solution here? When is this all going to stop? Who's funding this? You saw Karine hem and haw about where it was all coming from and why it was not her responsibility to answer on who's getting to the bottom of it all. But is there going to be a resolution? Is there anything that Joe Biden could do or say that would cause, one side or the other to just say, we're done. Yeah, we're happy with this. How about you? Yeah, we're happy too. Okay, great. If they could figure that out, wouldn't that kind of solve everything in the Middle East? And they haven't been able to figure that out for about, 5,000 years or whatever it is. So this is Citizen Free Press. That was Scarborough, but there's also some more stories on this. There are doubts growing over the Gaza truce plan. You're kidding.
Well, you can.
From Palestinian territories, AFP says doubts grow on Thursday about the fate of a Gaza truce plan as the week began.
Yeah, we will show you.
Had high hopes of bringing an end to this.
It's not imperative that
anymore, though. Mediators have proposed a deal that would halt fighting for 40 days. Any such deal would be the first since a one-week truce in November saw 80 Israeli hostages exchanged for 240 Palestinian prisoners. War started with 10-7. Israel estimates 129 captive that were seized by militants remain in Gaza.
After that's done,
34 of them are already dead. Their retaliatory offensive is coming through. And so obviously, it's here. Blinken was over there. He urged the Islamist movement to accept the truce plan.
Yeah,
he said on Wednesday, Hamas needs to say yes and needs to get this done. He was there in Israel on Wednesday yesterday. In early April, there had been initial optimism over a possible truce deal, only to have Israel and Hamas later accuse each other of undermining negotiations.
That's the best way. That way I'll have a record of it.
Now, look, all these little insurrections, all these campuses.
And that way,
a source with knowledge of the negotiations said the Qatari mediators expect a response from Hamas in 1 or 2 days, but is that going to lead to anything fruitful? Who knows? Blinken urges Hamas to agree to a truce. Looks like that's probably not going to come to fruition. And Netanyahu, this one was over from Newser, says, yeah, he promises that we're going in. We're going into Rafah. Rafah. Israel Prime Minister promises to do so either with or without a ceasefire. We're going in. He pledged on Tuesday to launch an incursion into the southern Gazan city of Rafah, where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians are sheltering for almost a 7-month war. He said Israel's going to enter. He says it's Hamas's last stronghold. We don't really care if there's a truce for hostages deal or not. His comments appeared to be meant to appease his nationalist governing partners. It was not clear whether they would have any bearing on this deal with Hamas. That came hours before Blinken showed up. And they say the deal is meant to free hostages. So we'll see ultimately if that comes to fruition. So, all right, let's see what you guys say about all this. Then we'll jump into that bill, which is just a wild bill. And we'll go through it because there are some complexities inside that we can unpack together. Hey, what's up, Bonnie? Says, can a trial judge overturn a not guilty verdict? Jury found her not guilty. The judge overruled him. Well, I guess, if they did that, I guess they can. I don't know why. Supreme Court overturned a ruling. It's definitely not a happy moment. On what basis? The judge chose to disregard their verdict. There's a thing called a judgment notwithstanding a verdict, but okay, so she got reversed. The Supreme Court overturned a ruling by Judge Ebony Johnson Rose, where despite a jury finding this woman not guilty, the judge chose to disregard that. So, okay, so there's a judgment notwithstanding the verdict that you'll often see in civil cases, where basically the judge can take the verdict away from the jurors, but not in criminal cases. So instead, after adjourning the court, the judge informed the woman, no, you're actually found guilty. She's like, what? So they reversed her. Today's ruling by the state's high court restores the not guilty verdict in the case, puts the spotlight on the judge in a high-profile acquittal last month. So she just where is this? What state is this? Louisiana. Okay. I was wondering if it was going to be Georgia. Yeah. So it looks like the answer is no, right? The judge can't take it away from a jury. And so she was reversed on that. Interesting. 816 Kid says, so when will we start getting arrested for wearing our rosaries? Yeah, I don't know. Christ was put on the cross by the Jewish religion. Hold on a minute. That's illegal. As we're going to read. We're going to read. That's not illegal yet. So they are making Christians criminals. There's a lot of opinions saying that. Now I'm a racist, bigot, Christian terrorist. Yeah, I have the trifecta. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you already had it. This is curious. Yeah, let's talk about that here in a minute and see what you guys say. P says, waiting to see what political person is going to post bail for the protesters. Maybe Kamala again. Think Kamala will do it again? Probably not. Hey, what's up? K Beans clipping for us. We got Glocky. We got all the donos in the house, man, right over here. Thank you for this, K Bean. What's going on? We had this one from Guest says, you know as well as I do, we have some free-range chickens and they wander off, and sometimes we can't catch them. You either believe in the Constitution or you don't. John Kennedy, U.S. Senator. That's did he say that recently? He's funny. He said he dropped the F-bomb over there some time ago. Wasn't that? Didn't he? What's up, guest? Good to see you. Thank you, K-Bean. Catania Mama Italia, 13 months as a membo, says Assistant AG Kristen Clark admitted that they lied under oath. Well, that sounds about right. Think anybody will do anything about it, Catania? Probably not. We got this one from Glocky. Says, here's a 1-minute clip of Gates talking about Pomerantz. We'll play that on the show, Glocky. I've got that one queued up for the show already. Glocky says, this is why South Carolina passed a constitutional amendment yesterday. The feds are actively enrolling illegals. Rep. Morgan has the damning evidence. Looks like here. Is the federal government giving voter registration forms to non-citizens? Yeah, at least in South Carolina. A refugee sent us this form, and you can see what it looks like. Spud says, you can't have a home. There's climate change. Squirrel. Climate change. Squirrel. It's just anything to distract you from an actual answer from Corrine. She's not really interested in that. Hey, DeHook says, did you catch the James O'Keefe story yesterday? I did watch some of it. Undercover girl got a CIA contractor to admit they've been spying on Trump since 2016 and continue today. The director withheld critical information from Trump while in office. All intelligence agencies are working together against Trump. Gates spoke on X and wrote a letter to Jim Jordan to open up an investigation on the CIA. I did read Gates's letter. The CIA released a statement denying all allegations and fired the contractor. I did see that, yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt any of that's true. I'm sure the CIA was working against Trump. I think that they've basically admitted that already. Let's not forget, we had Michael Morrell. We covered this on YouTube. He admitted that he helped coordinate the 51 sabotage letter from the CIA because he didn't like Trump. He admitted that in a deposition. We read through it. He was like, and he was very clear. They're like, why did you do it? I don't like Trump. So I wanted him to lose. That's why we did it. Oh, okay. What are they going to say? It's like, yeah, I'm allowed to do that. So I don't care. I'm the CIA. Get the hell out of here. So I think it's probably all true. You know, I get in these videos. I mean, I don't doubt that this dude worked for the CIA and he had a badge and all that. But what I listen to, it feels to me like all these bros are just like bro talking. You know, it feels very fake to me. I don't know. I consider myself to be someone who has a good, a little bit of a BS detector. Like I practiced criminal law for years. So I sat across the table from a lot of different people, a lot. I did intakes. I did, plea deals. I did, court appearances, trials. I did everything. So I've talked to a lot of different people and I've asked a lot of different people questions and watched their body language and hear how they talk. And I'm not perfect at it, no doubt, but I feel like I've got some decent experience. So, maybe more so than like I have to talk to people, kind of gauge, are they lying? Are they telling me the truth? This guy's telling me what happened here on Saturday night. And I have to like, okay, what is he not telling me? Like, what's really behind this? So I have to like think multiple layers. So anyways, when I watch these videos, a lot of it feels like just sugarcoat bro talk. He's like, oh yeah, I work at the CIA. It's probably true. He probably does something. There's probably something minimal, but does he know whether Trump is, or is he just kind of exaggerating for effect because he wants to talk, big in front of a woman or the other dudes in front of, their love affairs. But I think that the information is true. And I think we've heard that even from guys like Mike Morrell, who are literally, high up at the CIA or former former there. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if he's I think he might be exaggerating about his knowledge. I don't know that he's exaggerating about what the CIA did. So I want to be clear about that. I don't know that he has direct access to all that knowledge, but I think what he's probably talking about is true. Now, again, I could be wrong, right? I didn't spend a lot of time investigating who this guy was or what his backstory is. But when I hear him communicating like that, it feels like some bravado to me. What's up, DeHook? We got this one from Bonnie. Says a city college spokesperson said only 5 of the 31 arrested were affiliated with as students or staffers, and at least 10 didn't even live in New York. And Mayor Adams came out and said it's outside instigators and groups who were behind these, but wouldn't say who. Yeah, that's interesting. Said it's outside. Yeah, I don't know. That's it. That's all they arrested from that whole raid. It's only 31 people. Interesting. Good to see you, Bonnie. Spud says, due to Bidenflation, if you can get $2,800 a week to protest without being peaceful, you are going to be violent. That's how it works. It's good money. $2,800 a week to just go out there with a bullhorn. Yeah, it's pretty good. Al Sharpton said the same thing you did. And J6, this is a weird timeline we live in. On J6. Here's the link on that one.
The Democrats, how do the Democrats, how do all of us on that side say January 6th was wrong if you can have the same pictures going on college campus?
Lord, don't make a parallel with January 6th.
You lose the moral high ground.
That has happened, though.
Okay.
That has happened.
So we know what's going on here.
So didn't Mika previously make a connection to J6? Yeah, I mean, they're using a lot of the same techniques and technology as J6. They're interfering with the peaceful education of Democrats, which is very close to the peaceful transition of democracy, you know, like basically this sounds the same. So what I think it's very similar. I don't know, you know, the only thing that was different was an election, and their riots are lasting a lot longer than the J6 riots are. That's for sure. This old guy says, I'm actually concerned for Joe Biden's health. You know, methamphetamines are addictive. Well, they don't need him to be around that long. So just really pass the election and they'll take it from there. So the reason you don't want to be on methamphetamines for a long time is because, you know, over a long period of time, or, you know, I mean, even if you take too many real quick, it'll be the end of you quickly, but, you know, it causes long-term problems. If you're under medical care, arguably, I'm not a doctor, but they're not worried about that. You know, they're not worried about Joe Biden, how this is going to impact him 20 years from now. NY says, Rob, the government is not telling the full truth about these protests. They're being led by outside agitators. Well, that's interesting. Well, what kind of outside agitators? What conclusion should we draw from that? Glocky says, this is all the Democrats doing. This is what happens when you import the world's problems through massive illegal immigration. America is going to be splintered into factions like Dearborn, Michigan, Portland, all these crappy colleges. You're going to see riot after riot by people whose allegiance to other countries, not America, has come in. Yeah, they're putting up the Palestinian flag up there. Like, you nuts? What are you, nuts? What's up? Glocky says, this is awesome. Break away from the Democrat crap holes. So Andrew Merle says, this is the culmination of citizens exercising their constitutional rights. Now we begin the process of delivering on our promises for a better city. Oh, okay. Residents can secede from the city and create their own city. Yes, it's like a network state, right? This is exactly what we've been talking about. The new city, St. George, will have 100,000 people, making it one of the state's largest cities in population. Yeah, I think new states and new communities that just basically crowdsource land together and transact together. Like, that's what I think we're building here. 15 years from now, not even that long, a couple of years from now, 5 years from now, you know, we'll start to see, I think, new relationships forming around new technologies, and we might decide we want to, I don't know, you know, start our own little economy or engage, basically link up with other economies. So, like, what if you have some other, you know, let's say we got, I don't know, here of everybody, we can get 100 people who are saying, you know, yeah, sure, I'm willing to pick up and move somewhere. We get 100 people. And we join up with some other group and they've got 100 people. And we have values, we have an equal, you know, vision, we have kind of a structure. then you can move, right? As long as you can exit these societies, as long as you can exit and enter and exit, that's fine. You can try it. Go live there for a year, see how it works. And if you can have some autonomy, right? The real benefit would be if you could have autonomy and not have to pay taxes, state and Fed taxes, but obviously that'll not happen. But if they can't collect the taxes, right? If there's an enforceability problem, this is the same concept that Amazon was doing. Remember when Amazon was going to open their second warehouse? All right. And they got cities to like basically bid for them. Cartier says, on some locals podcast on Crowder, if I pause the live stream, I can't catch up to live at 1.5. I can't do that on your channel. Is that something you can fix? I don't think so. I don't think I have the options to change that. They might have just done that for Crowder because he's Crowder. But it sounds like you can't do that on either of ours. So I don't think I can, Cartier, but thanks for asking about it. I don't think I have any of those options. I've been inside and out the local settings. I don't think I've seen anything like that. Bodie says, do you think that they're going to put Trump in jail? I don't think so. I think that would be a little bit too much for them to bite off. I don't know how they do it practically. I think people would lose their bananas, honestly. I don't think it would be, I think it'd be too much for them to bite off. I don't think they want to do that. He'd be like an actual martyr. Yeah, what's up? Ravicus says the FSP is an American political migration movement founded in 2001 to recruit at least 20,000 libertarians to move to a single low population state like New Hampshire, selected in 2003 to make a state stronghold for libertarian ideas. Yeah, I love that, right? And that's like version, 0.1, I think, of this network state idea. But in network state, a lot of it's about, building in the cloud first, because you can create a 1 million person community in the cloud, no problem. Then you just got to get a small portion of those people to move. So I think that was, kind of ground up. This is cloud first, cloud down, but I love it. Okay. So great comments, my friends. I want to make sure that we have some time to hit this story because this bill is very, very curious. HR 6090 is the name of this bill. Anti-Semitism bill has now passed the House of Representatives. And you can see that they voted pretty resoundingly on Wednesday to pass this Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. Very curious bill that we're going to look at. Look at this, overwhelming. 320 to 91, 70 Democrats and 21 Republicans voting against this. So more Democrats against it than Republicans. The GOP opposition largely came from the right flank of the conference. The bill would still need to go over and be taken up by the Senate. Now, a lot of people are very happy about this on the Republican side. ACLU said oppose this bill. We've already got laws against this. We don't need to expand this through another bill. Now, here's what it looks like. HR 6090 got the full thing pulled up so we can take a look at it because a lot of people are saying, well, this is a really big deal, or maybe this is not a big deal. And so we're just going to look at the document and see what it says. But first, let's take a look at the underlying law. So first, here is what this says linked over on Congress. So it's HR 6090. And you'll notice that when you go into this bill, it's referencing this U.S. code, 42 U.S. code 2000D. Now, we're going to read that because this is a law that's already in existence. Okay, this is just a bill, the one that we're going to read, that would basically interpret this, add some flavor to the already existing law. And we're going to ask ourselves if this new flavor is in alignment with the original law or not. So let's go to the original law first before we read the rest of the bill. So what are they building off of, in other words? So 42 U.S. Code 2000D says the following. It is a prohibition against exclusion in denying
benefit.
It is prohibition against exclusion from participating in, denial of benefits, and discrimination under federally assisted programs on ground of race, color, or national origin. Okay, the title's confusing, but here's what the law says. It's very short. No person in the United States shall, on grounds of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Okay, so this is on the books right now. Race, color, national origin. You'll notice one word is not in there, religion. Not in there at all. So if they wanted to just expand this, okay, all they would need to do is just come in here and just modify this, right? Just add in the word religion. Okay, because that would not single any particular group out. They could just add religion. So that way it covers, you know, Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, everybody, right? If you wanted to do that so that it's just a nice equal application of the law. So this is what already exists. You can see past 1964. This is on the books. So if they wanted to just change the law, they could expand it very simply by just adding the word religion. Are they going to do that? No, of course not. So here is what the actual interpretation of the current law says. So they say Title 642 U.S. Code was enacted as part of the landmark Civil Rights Act. It prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin. Now, as Kennedy said, simple justice requires that public funds, to which all taxpayers of all races, colors, and national origins contribute, not to be spent in any fashion which entrenches or leads to discrimination based on race or color, right? So that's the law. So in other words, if you are some entity that's getting federal funds and you are discriminating on the basis of race, color, national origin, then what we'll find is that you do not get those federal funds anymore. So you can lose that money, and there is a mechanism by which you can file a claim for this. So all this exists, right? We've already got that. So here's what this new bill intends to do. Here is what it is written in Congress. H.R. 6090 says that Mr. Lawler, we've got Gottheimer, Miller, Moskowitz, Keene, Jackson Lee, Fitzpatrick, Stefanik, Kustoff, Norcross, all introducing this. And it's a bill to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs, activities, and other purposes. So here's the deal. It's called Anti-Semitism Awareness Act of 2023. They write, it is the sense of Congress that the U.S. Code, the one that we just read, they say it prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin. Of course, we just read that, right? Saying that if you receive financial assistance from the feds, you cannot discriminate. So they acknowledge right here, while such title does not cover discrimination based solely on religion, they say individuals who do face discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. So it's people, I guess, think that Jews are a race, do not, because it's perceived ancestry, shared ancestry, or ethnic characteristics, do not lose protection for also being members of people who share a common religion. So just because they share a common religion, there are oftentimes people who think because of their religion that they have some ethnic characteristics, like they come from ethnic, you know, like a national origin almost, that they have a shared ancestry, like it's from, like they're from Israel or something, right? And so maybe those things are actually in the law, right? So although it says race, color, and national origin, they're trying to kind of shoehorn religion in there for one religion. They say discrimination against Jews may give rise to a violation of this title. So even though the title doesn't say anything about religion, they say, well, this religion, some people think that it is kind of, you know, ancestry and ethnic, which is kind of like race and national origin. So therefore, we can just kind of tuck this Jewish exception right into that original bill. And so we say it does violate the title when the discrimination is based on race, color, or national origin, which can include discrimination based on actual or perceived ancestry or ethnic characteristics. So it's like, wow. All right. So whatever, you know, perceived means, who's doing the perceiving, what is actual discrimination based on, right? Are they actually discriminating upon you based upon your race, or is it because your religion? And they say, well, it's kind of too close to tell. So maybe if they are just discriminating based on your religion, which is not covered in this law, that they can say it's kind of about national origin and race, so it now is within the law. Okay? So here is what the Congress says, and the Republicans just passed this overwhelmingly. They say it is the policy of the United States to enforce such title against prohibited forms of discrimination, rooted in anti-Semitism as vigorously as all other forms of discrimination that are already prohibited. And so again, it's only anti-Semitism. It's not racial. It's not religious discrimination. Okay, because they could have just put that in the title. They could have just modified the original statute to just say we don't want any religious stuff going on. But no, they don't really care about the other religions, evidently. As noted, right, it's anti-Semitism as other forms of discrimination prohibited by such title. Well, the other forms of discrimination don't include other religious discriminations, according to the U.S. Code. Now, just to be fair on this, there are all sorts of interpretations of that U.S. Code, including Trump's executive orders that adopt a lot of the same language or whatever. But you see what they're doing here. Okay, we're reading it. We're following their coloring book. Where are they getting this from? Okay, it comes from here. They're just telling us how they're going to interpret it. So anti-Semitism as a form of religious discrimination is prohibited, but other religious discrimination is not covered because this doesn't talk about it. So as noted in the U.S. strategy to counter anti-Semitism that came out from the White House last year, just almost a year ago, they said it's critical that we in the United States increase awareness and understanding of anti-Semitism, including its threat to America. It's going to what? It's important that we improve safety and security for Jewish communities. We reverse the normalization of anti-Semitism and counter anti-Semitic discrimination, I guess, to save America, and to expand communication and collaboration between communities. So it's imperative. It's critical. And I haven't read this full report, or else what? What happens if we don't do that? Congress also finds the following, that anti-Semitism is on the rise in the United States, and it's impacting Jewish students, colleges, universities. And so they say the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, referred to as the IHRA, I-H-R-A, they say the working definition of anti-Semitism is a vital tool which helps individuals understand and identify the various manifestations of anti-Semitism so we can all be educated. Now, Executive Order 13899 extended protections. So again, a president comes out December 2019, that's Trump, and he extended the protections against discrimination under the Civil Rights Act. So Trump did this already to individuals that are subjected to anti-Semitism. He says, we're going to enforce this as it takes place on college campuses. And so he says, we already use this definition. So they say since 2018, since Trump came out with this executive order in 2019, the Department of Education has already used this working definition. So we've already been using this. And the use of alternative definitions of anti-Semitism impairs enforcement efforts by adding multiple standards and may fail to identify many of the modern manifestations of anti-Semitism. So other definitions are not as good. They're going to miss a bunch of stuff. We have to be very inclusive of all the manifestations of anti-Semitism.
Okay,
now, White House released the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, making it clear that the fight against this hate is a national bipartisan priority that must be successfully conducted through a whole of government and a whole of society approach.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
It's like existential. Our whole government needs to address anti-Semitism in America, or else? Wow. For the purposes of this act, the definition of anti-Semitism is exactly what it says here, adopted on May 26, 2016 by the IHRA, which definition has been adopted by also the Department of State, and they include a bunch of examples, including contemporary examples in the IHRA definition. So let's take a look at what that definition actually says. Now, when I went to go to this website to pull it up yesterday, this is what I got. Error establishing connection. Let's see if the website is back up. A lot of people were reading this definition. Here it is. So here's the working definition. Now, I don't know when this was last updated, but this is what is currently on their website as the definition of anti-Semitism. So we have to presume that this is the working definition. They say to guide, here are some examples of anti-Semitism in public life. So let's put this in context, right? You're on a public university, you have theology class, you have religions in other societies class, you have a segment on Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, Hinduism, right? You go through class, you have all these things. You have different conversations about what happened to Jesus. And all of this is part of a general education, right? That you may have taken. I took religious classes, I believe, in world religions, stuff like that, right? To learn more about it. It's part of the study of philosophy and something you do in academia. So now let's talk about what could possibly be anti-Semitic that would cause a school or some entity to lose their federal funds. Calling for or aiding for justifying the killing or the harming of Jews. Now that's obviously something that is illegal. Okay. If you call for or aid or someone's killed, right? Now that, you could have a distinction on that. The killing in the name of radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, right? That's mostly illegal. You can find many laws that would make that illegal. And I want to see if they change this. So I actually archived this from yesterday as well to see if anything, had been changed. But yeah, here you go. Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, stereotypical allegations about the power of Jews as a collective, such as there's, talking about a world Jewish conspiracy. If you talk about Jews controlling the media, the economy, or the government, that's anti-Semitic, I guess. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jew or person, or even acts committed by non-Jews. Okay. So we can't say, so can we say that, like, remember like when 9/11 happened and everyone said like everyone who is Arabic is a terrorist or something like that? Like, should we include that as well? So that's also, if you say that, or is it only for Jews? Should it also apply to Muslims? Okay, denying the fact, scope, or mechanisms, or intentionality of the genocide. So if you have a different interpretation of history, if you deny the scope, fact, or mechanisms, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people by the Nazis, that is anti-Semitic. So if you have an alternative version of history, if you've read, some other books that are, not in alignment with modern history, that I guess makes you an anti-Semite. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, anti-Semitic. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel, wow, or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interest of their own nations. That's interesting. So you're not even allowed to question that. So if somebody has dual citizenship between the United States and Israel, you can't question that or you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, okay. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, anti-Semitic. You can lose your entire funding if you talk about that on a college campus, I guess, or anything that's getting federal funding. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. I don't even know what the hell that means. Using symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, like the claims of Jews killing Jesus, which I'm pretty sure is in the Bible, to characterize Israel, or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis. Okay. And drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis. You don't get to call us Nazis. And like, you lose your federal funds over this. You can say whatever you want about a bunch of other religions, evidently, because religion is not codified in the original statute. Congress will now modify that if they get their way. Holding Jews responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. Now, they say anti-Semitic acts are criminal when they're defined by law. We're not quite there yet, but we'll see if we get there. Okay, so those are the modern examples of what you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to criticize, really, I mean, almost anything. Or you can, I guess, as long as it doesn't cross whatever these imaginary lines are that they deem to be anti-Semitic. And you make a mendacious stereotypical allegation about the power of the Jews. You lose your federal funds, and someone's going to file a claim against you. It's wild. So, all right, this is what it says in continuing. Now, in reviewing this, they say in deciding whether there has actually been a violation of this title, on the basis of race, national origin, or so see what they did now? They take the original law, which as we just read, and this is just infuriating because this is not how our laws are supposed to work. They take this original law and they just insert Jews right in there.
Or give
Race, color, national origin, and Jews. So it seems a little bit like it's not equal. So on the basis of race, color, national origin, or on the basis of Jewish ancestry or Jewish ethnic characteristics, the Department of Education shall take into consideration everything we just read and whether the practice was motivated by anti-Semitic intent. So no other religions get to be a part of that, part of this new interpretation. Now they'll say, okay, Trump issued an executive order, and Trump's executive order does the same thing, right? They'll say, here's that. So they'll say, this is Trump's executive order. And so he basically did the same thing, right? By the power of the presidency here, authority and president vested in me. This one actually went all the way back to, it looks like 2000 originally. And this is how they interpret it, right? The federal government must now expand this federal forms of discrimination, and they include religion in there. Sex is also included in there in the enforceability. But this is not a congressional statute. This is not passed and codified into the law. This is an executive order. So Congress is now trying to create a statute to codify this into law. Nothing in this act shall be construed to expand the authority of the Secretary of Education, to alter the standards. So I guess if you're maybe a Catholic university that gets some federal funding and you teach in your theology class that Jesus was killed by the Jews, you're gone. Got to change your standards immediately. To alter the standards, okay? Or you're not allowed to do this, or to diminish or infringe upon anyone else's protected rights other than, I guess, free speech and free education, free association, freedom of religion, all these things, free practice. It's nuts. Nothing in this act shall be construed to diminish the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Get out of here. The whole act does. It is targeting a single religion at the expense of other religions. And if you can't talk about this stuff, if you can't say these things in a university, or you can't have, right? I'm not saying I agree with any of these things that are on this list, but you should be allowed to say them in this country. That's what the First Amendment is for. You're allowed to make all the mendacious statements you want. You're allowed to make all the accusations you want. That's the First Amendment. Now, they'll come back and say, well, you're not entitled to money. You're not entitled to be discriminatory, or that they've crossed the line or whatever. But no, it's from what I can tell, it's just a single group is getting protections. No other groups are getting the same types of protections. Are Catholic students going to get protected when they're out there with their signs advocating against abortion on college campuses? No, of course not. They get ridiculed and spit on all the time. They're out there with their signs of baby parts being thrown in dumpsters from abortion clinics. They get castigated all the time. We got FBI agents coming and raiding Catholics. There are hundreds of churches over Biden's administration that have been attacked. Catholic churches. Okay, so I thought America was about equal protection under the law. If they want to modify the statute, very simple. All they can do is go in here and add the word religion to this. That's it. Just add religion. But they don't want to add religion because it's for about one religion, not all the rest of them, which is as anti-American as anything I've ever seen. So it's insane that it's happening. We have a lot of people reacting to this. Matt Gaetz voted against it. He says, anti-Semitism is wrong, which I agree with 100%. But this legislation is written without regard to the Constitution. He says the gospel itself would meet the definition of anti-Semitism under this bill. So the Bible's clear on this. There's no myth or controversy on this. Therefore, I'm not supporting this bill. Talking about claims of Jews killing Jesus. Tucker Carlson weighed in on it. Charlie Kirk says, did the House of Representatives just make parts of the Bible illegal? Tucker says, yeah, they did. Yeah, the New Testament. Can't really talk about that. Yeah. It's crazy. And Republicans voted more in favor of this than the Democrats did. Jerry Nadler said there's no excuse for bigotry. Even Jerry Nadler got it, but this legislation is not the answer. Speech that is critical of Israel alone does not constitute unlawful discrimination. This bill sweeps too broadly. Speaker Johnson did it, right? And they're all acting very quickly. Marjorie Taylor Greene's against it, talking about the killing of Jesus. So that's what our Congress is up to, and we'll see if the Senate passes it. It would be very simple for them to just say, you know, race, we don't want any discrimination based on race, nothing based on color, nothing based on national origin, and how about nothing based on religion? But no, they want to add a congressional statute to expand that to include only one religion for one purpose in America. All right, let's see what you guys say about this.
Right,
we got to hit the refresh button. See what some of your comments say.
Oh. All right, guys, it's been a long stream. 4 hours, 10 minutes. Busy day yet again today. Might be down for some poker tonight, JC, if you're still here. Peace, everybody.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.